Alrighty then, good morning ladies and gentlemen of the YouTube interwebs. What's going on everybody? Good morning everybody. It is Wednesday, too late in August to even keep track of, and we got CPI today. It's just not something that generally moves the market a lot. Maybe right now, I know inflation is a big topic right now. Maybe it's a maybe. We got inflation for US dollar today, but there's not much else going on. We got crude oil inventories. So I don't know, we'll see. 8:30 CPI. It's the only news event that's of significance in my opinion at the moment. Pretty slow so far. I mean, it's like Groundhog Day every day. I feel like we were just talking about that on in the group stuff this morning. It's like Groundhog Day every day. It's just slow. It's just slow. Price action. It's just, you get this rangy, choppy mess, and we're just waiting for something to move. Honestly, what has happened today? The Australian dollars is a little weaker, and the pound is a little weaker. Other than that, everything's just pretty much flat. I mean, you can see it visually, you know, with the tools. Like, it's just, you can see that you can see the lack of volatility, and you already know that there's nothing's really happened yet. Again, the Australian dollar's come down a little bit. I think Aussie dollar is going to be a short. Actually, very tempted to take this right here. Actually, I was watching this. I was hoping it was going to go a little higher, so I could short it from higher. I'm gonna take, I don't know, I think I might take a little nibble on it or something and just look at it later. Might add to it if it goes up. Don't like selling the bottom of a range. I don't even want to promote that, to be honest. I'm gonna take a little nibble, but I don't want to promote selling the bottom of a range. It's not a good idea. I'm just gonna take a little nibble on it, see what happens. Anyway, so what's happened here? Basically, all has happened. I got my stuff on. Okay. Put my yeah, so good morning everybody. Basically, good morning, good morning, good morning. It's Wednesday. See if we can get something popping in the markets on Wednesday here. It's been, I mean, what's going on, man? It's been a pretty slow week. Last week was pretty slow too. Just general price action. Yesterday was a little better. Monday was horrendous. Yesterday was a little better. But you know, nothing really popping here. Slow, grindy stuff going on. Like Euro Aussie here, it's up, but it's just slow and grindy, and it's, you know, those types of things are hard to stay in. Euro Aussie is one of the biggest things that's moving right now. It's the Australian dollar. The Australian dollar is coming down, so that's a thing. Hold on 1 second. Gosh, let me get my. Make a deposit on my voice. It's getting stopped out. Gosh. Yeah, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go through and take a look at all the 4 hours. We just got a new 4-hour candle here 12 minutes ago. We'll take a look at the 4 hours, see what's going on. Again, objective, non-biased look at the market. Unbiased. Just to see what's going on. Take a look at structure, try to figure out what's going to happen over the next couple candles. It's about the only thing we care about, really. Running the bot today, it seems to be doing pretty well. It's in profit right now. Got a bunch of trades on. Basically shorted the pound and the Aussie. It did what it was supposed to do. The only thing that's happened, shorted the pound and the Aussie. Basically, is what it's in right now. Now, whether that stuff continues or not, that's another question. Let's get back to watching. Don't know what's going to happen here with this. Again, it's the bottom of a range. It could go either way. I was hoping it was going to push. Don't trust it. Just don't trust anything right now. Selling, it's at the bottom of the range. Probably be a good idea to take profit. It just hasn't moved far enough yet. I'm in pound Kiwi short from like an hour ago. And it's just it's in profit. It just hasn't gone very far. It's moved 13 pips. It's 13 pips in profit. It's the one thing about pound Kiwi and pound Aussie is it actually moves a lot of pips. So a small move doesn't look very big, but it might be actually moving pips. It's 13 pips in profit. It's not bad. It's just not enough. Need more. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go through the 4 hours. Yeah. So good morning. Will GN go up? It's probably gonna do both. It's probably gonna go up and down. I'm actually short pound Kiwi. It's up 13 pips right now, but it's at a low right now, and it's probably just not. It's not a good place to enter. We'll talk about. We'll get there in just a minute. Hold on. We'll get there in just a second. Hold on 1 minute. We'll start our 4 hour sweep. Make sure that wrecked. Yeah. So. Interesting. Yeah, so here we go. Let's take a look at the 4 hours. Buckcorn still on the way up. Still trying. Man, hold on. Need to get a drink. Might have to go back to drinking coffee also. Buckcorn, it's at the top of a range right now. Probably not a good idea to buy it. It hasn't gone anywhere in the last couple days, so I don't know. Same price it was on the 9th. It's just in a range. It's just going back and forth. Probably wouldn't do anything on it. Hopefully it'll go higher. We're hoping it's going to hit that 50K mark, and then the Hunger Games start. That's where the Hunger Games are, at 50K. I have to see how that's gonna play out. Yeah, so again, it's at the top of a range. It's never a good idea to buy the top of a range, the top of a tight consolidation like that. It's probably not a good idea. Whether or not it goes up isn't the question. Is it a good idea to buy something that's made that crazy of a sharp move up, even though it might have more to go? You know, broken a high, broken a high, broken a high again. You know, what if this thing just pulls back and does this and goes into a wider range like this, and you just bought the top, and now you're stuck in a position for the next 3 or 4 days, and you bought the top. It's just not a smart idea to buy the top of a range. Price action consolidation like this. Probably not a good idea. See this sold off 4 times in the past, 5 times. So just wait. It's one of those things where hopefully it'll continue higher, but it's probably not a good idea to buy it right now. If you're already long on Bitcoin, the old buckcorn, if you're already long, you're waiting basically to take profit at 50K. Same thing with Ethereum. If you're long, you're scaling out on the way up. Watching 3,400 on the next run up. If it's going to get up there, it's trying. Next point you scale out is at 3,400. You're taking profits right now. Like, this is where you secure your profits. If you're long and you're in profit from, you know, if you caught this whole run up on Ethereum, you're scaling out right now. You're scaling out here. You're scaling out here. And if for some reason it makes it all the way up here, you're scaling up here. You know, you're taking profits on the way up. People are generally buying, or people are doing the opposite. People are buying right now after it's already made a crazy move up. We were just looking at this. It was 19 out of the last 22 candles, I believe. 19 out of the last 22 days were green on the daily. 19 out of the last 22 days have been green. I mean, those chickens are going to come home to roost, and people are going to get hurt on this. People are going to get hurt, and I don't know, man. Just be careful. We're coming back into another inflection point here. You're scaling out on the way up. You're taking profits at dangerous levels, because eventually whatever's going to happen, it's going to come back and go into some crazy range. And what if it makes a lower high? What if? It's just about what if. That's the thing. Probably a good idea to take some profits. It's always a good idea to take profits. So that's buttcorn for now. Yeah, good morning, everybody. Good morning, YouTube. Thinking about butter here. Yeah, so just don't forget to take profit is the only thing. That's the only thing. Hopefully Bitcoin makes it up to 50. That was the original target, looking good. It's pushed out of the range. I mean, nothing's changed in the last couple days. Not really much has changed. It hasn't really moved much in 2 days. But it's trying. And again, just risk-wise, it's probably not a good day to buy it. It's just not a good day to buy Bitcoin. If you're already in it, you're waiting. You're waiting for it to get to your target, but you're not adding to a position at the top of a range. That's not buying the dip. Everybody says buy the dip, but they're not doing it. They're buying the tops. Everybody buys the top. Not a good idea. It's just not a good practice to do. But other than that, you're waiting. It looks good. Bitcoin definitely looks good. I don't know about the rest of the alts. Maybe we'll go through some of that in a little bit. Hold on a second. Sorry. Voice stopped out. Liquidated on the voice this morning. So dollar index. This is another one. We're kind of looking at this on the daily candle a minute ago. It's just likely to be a smaller body daily candle up here on a high like this. After screaming all the way up to the top, these candle bodies getting smaller and smaller and smaller. It's running out of steam. This is buyer exhaustion. It's just running out of steam, and it's just not likely to have a big daily candle up here on the top. It's likely to be a small daily candle, and what that looks like intraday is just going to be kind of choppy. So right now there's nothing really to say. I mean, it's just poked up. It's poking the high. It's trying to poke it right now. Not much to say. It's just expect very small choppy movements back and forth. I think it's going to range. I'm pretty sure it looks like the dollar is just going to be in a sideways range today. We'll see. I don't know if there's going to be a big move. I'm waiting for the move to come down. It might be tomorrow, looking at the daily candles, unless today's candle turns like mega red, which could happen, I guess. I think it's more likely to kind of just go sideways today. We'll watch that. But the problem with that is that cuts out a lot of your options, because the dollar is a major currency, and a lot of your trades in currency are going to be based on the big three: the dollar, the euro, or the pound. That's what most of your trades are going to be. A component of most of your trades are either going to be the pound, the euro, or the dollar. And when you have one of those that's not likely to move at all, and it's very likely to have extremely low volatility and not be a good trade to take, anything with the dollar in it, that cuts out a large percentage of your possibilities for the day. So we're going to focus on the euro and the pound today. Generally, that's the idea. So the dollar is not likely to have any big moves either way, in theory. So we're going to focus on other stuff. We're going to focus on the others. Euro dollar, the inverse of what I just said, basically. Waiting for this to... Oh my God. Wrecked. Riggedy wrecked. Waiting for this to shift off the low. Again, this is going to be the inverse of the dollar index movement. It's going to be very choppy and tight. Look how small, like a Twigger. Look how small these daily 4-hour candles are. Just look at this series of price action right here. And this is your price movement right now for the last 24 hours. Just it's not an opinion, like you can see it. There's nothing there. It's not a guess. Euro yen. This is interesting. It looked interesting on a shorter term, like short time frames earlier. Now it's coming back down. I feel like this is going to be a choppy day, guys. Everything that's trying to go is coming back in. I'm not even messing with it. Like, I'm not even bothering with it. Yeah, looks like pound QE's coming back up. And just painfully slow. I don't know. Euro yen looked good, but now it's pulling back down, and so it's just not. It's not good anymore. Not really a good short though either. It's not really a good short. It looks like it's going to range and go sideways on short time frames. Sorry, lower time frames. It's not bad. I mean, I think this is going to end up going up. It looked like it the other day. I remember when this red candle happened, it looked like it was trying to go up, and then it slammed back down. But you know, now it's back up. It's trying to go. It made a higher low, and it's trying to squirt up a little bit. It's just I think right now it's in a pullback phase. Euro yen. Second. It would make sense that it's going to go up. The yen is recovering, so the euro and the yen are both gaining right now. So it's just not a good combination to trade. Period. Euro Aussie looked good earlier too, but the Australian dollar is very weak. This one of the two main things that's happening right now is the Australian dollar is losing strength and the pound is losing strength. Actually, the euro is starting to pick up a little bit, which is good. Euro to the upside maybe a little bit. Starting to gain. Aussie dollar, yeah. Short Aussie dollar, I think it's still going to go. So yeah. Euro Aussie's interesting. It's come up for 20 something hours straight up. 20 hours. It's starting to kind of get a little fizzled out there. Probably nothing there. No trade yet on that. I was just looking at it on another chart, which means Euro Kiwi is probably going to be very similar. Had a big dump yesterday. It's kind of chilled out, stabilized, but again, just very small, choppy price action. You know, look at this. Let's look at this series of price right here. It's just wicky, choppy back and forth. Very small bodied candles. It's not really going anywhere. I mean, it's not going somewhere and staying there. It's flashing back and forth and chopping up, but it's very low. To be honest, like this whole thing is very low right now, and it's on the low. I would be more inclined to look for longs than shorts on this, just because of the macro structure. What we got here? Yeah, it's just not really moving. It's not going anywhere. This is really bad price action short term. Nothing to say. You know, we'll just go through it all. Just go through everything and take a look. That is not how you get what you want. Euro CAD. Yeah, we're going to go through everything. Go through the whole market. That's the whole point of the 4 hours. So we go through literally everything. Look at the whole structure. Everything on the 4 hour. We'll do it twice a day, 5 a.m. and 9 a.m. When we get a new 4 hour candle, we'll take a look at all of it, the whole market. Euro CAD. Basically it's near a low. I mean, it's kind of near a range low. I mean, this is a major macro low down here, You know, if you think about this, there's a big macro range right here. We're back down on the low of it. Probably not the best entry right now. The euro is gaining a little bit, but the CAD is very strong. This is not a good combination right now, honestly, because the Canadian dollar is very strong and the euro is gaining strength. So this is likely to just chop sideways. I mean, you can see the lack of price action here over the last, 16 to 20 hours. Waiting for something to kick off. We'll just wait for it to kick off. It's just slow. Euro pound. Riggedy wrecked. Euro pound. Interesting price action, actually. Price action doesn't look bad. It's just at the top of it's back to the top of its range right here. You could think of this as a range that hasn't fully developed, and it's kind of made this little V here. And the problem with it is it's back to the top where it's sold off. It keeps selling off from right there. So risk wise, it may not necessarily be a good entry. We'll have to watch this because the euro is gaining and the pound is coming down. So this has actually probably had a good past few hours. But risk management wise, this is at the top of a range, and buying the top of a range is not really a good idea. Just not. Let me go look at something real quick. I'm taking a look at another chart. It's maybe. It's already coming back down. It poked up a little bit and now it's sold off again, basically. Yeah, we're going through every single thing. We're going to go through all of it. And then we'll talk about what the general ideas, general concepts for the rest of the day, what we're looking at. We're going through the whole thing. Because this is one thing I'm trying to get you guys to understand, how important it is to understand the broader market and not just one pair. Everybody's just like, tell me about gold. And there's so much more to trading than that. And so much more. We're going to get through all of it. Euro pound. So again, trying to understand directional bias between the euro and the pound, which one is likely to be stronger than the other today, the euro or the pound, and that can help you make a decision on whether or not to risk your capital on euro pairs or pound pairs, right, to the upside or to the downside. That is kind of the point of what we use this for. I don't really trade this pair much, but it's very important to understand a directional bias between the euro and the pound, because you want to know which one's likely to be stronger or weaker, so you know how to position your capital. If you know that the pound is likely to be weak today and the euro is going to be stronger, why are you trying to go long GJ? You know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of what I'm saying. If you can figure that out, it's just a higher level way of looking at it than saying I'm going to buy above this level on GJ when it's going down all day, or whatever the pair may be. I'm just saying, if you know that the dollar is likely to be very strong, you're not going to go long gold. It's not a good idea. That kind of thing is what I'm saying. So understanding the whole broader market, the spectrum of the market, that is the real MVP. That's what we do here. No gambling. Well thought out trading and not gambling. So that's why we look at everything. Everybody wants to know what their thing is going to be, but we'll get there. Pound Aussie. Again, the Australian dollar's weak today. That's one thing that's actually happened, is the Australian dollar has been very weak. So we're getting into the pound pairs. The problem with pound Aussie is the pound is also very weak. So there's not a lot of relative volatility between these two components, the pound and the Aussie. So you're getting this little choppy mess. You see how it just hasn't really moved very far. The pound and the Aussie are both losing strength as an index, so it's probably not a good idea to mess with this one right now. I think it's, if anything, it's going to be a short. Yeah, it's kind of what it looks like. I think pound Aussie's, I would rather be short, just short term though. Skip that one. It's one of those things you probably just don't mess with it. This one is different. We're actually short pound Kiwi in the group this morning, because the New Zealand dollar is quite a bit stronger. Now, generally the Australian dollar and the New Zealand dollar run together. This morning the Aussie's kind of selling off and the Kiwi's holding strong. It's the second strongest currency as an index. Pound Kiwi, we're short here, and it's up. Pips are we up here? We're up about 14.4 pips right now. Looking for quite a bit more though. Hopefully this is going to dump down and get us back into these buyers back in here. That'd be cool. Super cool if that would happen. Give us like 30-40 pips on that trade or more. How many more pips would that be? Yeah, another 20 pips. Yeah, give us like 40 pips if it would come down into those buyers, just back into the back to the bottom of this range, which is really what it is. It's a big range. We'll see. It's still weak right now. The pound is weak, and the New Zealand dollar is kind of holding strong. So this was a good combination to take. We'll say, the pound versus the Kiwi. This was a good way to play the pound weakness because the New Zealand dollar is holding strong. Pound CAD. Let's see. What do we got? Hold on one second. Voice liquidation on ticker VOICE. Pound CAD. This is another one that it's probably going to end up going lower. It's just kind of screwing around right now. Chart here. Hold on. Come on, pound CAD. I want to see what's going to happen here. I have a feeling that's going to end up going lower. Yeah, I'll skip it for now. Something tells me this is going to end up being a short. Kind of whack right now. Again, just very little volatility here. The reason I say that it's probably going to be a short again is if the pound stays weak. It is weak. The only problem with the pound is it's famous for violent direction changes out of nowhere. It'll just slam the other way out of nowhere with no reason. There's no news, nothing. It'll just slam. And we don't know if that's you never know if it's going to happen with the pound. You have to be aware of that. The pound is very violent. It flips around like a fighter jet and goes up and down and side to side. And it does it quickly. It can be a very violent move. So I don't know if it's going to stay low or change directions or what. But the Canadian dollar is definitely strong, and there's no reason to be long pound CAD right now. Zero reason to be long pound CAD. It's only a short, but it is very low. It's already dropped a lot. It's just one of those things where maybe look at something else, that kind of thing. Pound yen, don't even, just skip it. It's trash. It's garbage. I mean, it's nothing to say. There's your pound yen right there. There's your price action. It's nothing to say. It's just trash. It's at the top of a range. There's no way I'd be buying this. It's not a short either. There's nothing happening here. And then we've talked about this before. If you're only going to trade one thing, pound yen's probably not the thing you want to trade. But just the way that it works out. So skip it for now. There's nothing to do. It's garbage. Next, pound dollar. And again, the pound and the yen are they've been traveling the same direction, and this happens a lot. The pound and the yen frequently travel the same direction at the same time, and it's choppy. It's a choppy pair, followed by some violent pump that then goes back into chop. It doesn't move very well, and right now it's not moving very well. Sometimes it does, but right now the pound and the yen are locked. They're locked together, and it's garbage. It's the last thing you want to trade today is pound yen. Literally, it is the last thing you want to look at. Just like going back, even since yesterday's, the pound and the yen are just locked in tandem, and it's not a good thing to trade. There's no relative volatility. Pound dollar. The dollar is a little different. The dollar is gaining. I think it's going to distribute on the high a little bit, but it's holding up, and the pound has been coming down. So this has been making a nice little move down, but right now it's probably not a good idea to do anything on it. Let's see. It looks like it's going to continue short. Kind of depends on the dollar. The dollar's holding. If that dollar stays bullish or stays up, the pound stays where it is. This is just going to keep falling. It's going to keep floating down. Oh man, stomach wrecked. Yeah, this is just likely to keep floating down. It's just not a good entry right now. But that doesn't mean it's going to stay that way. You could chase it short, honestly. Yeah, it's probably got room to go to the downside. Pound dollar. This is one of the ones, the bot was calling. Bots in it. I'm testing the trading bot today, and it's in pound dollar short. It's actually the trade that's the second most profit right now on the bot. It took pound dollar short and pound kiwi short. It's actually doing pretty well. Pound kiwi's killing it. Come on, pound kiwi. Pound kiwi's up 15 pips. Yeah, so it makes sense that the pound weakness is the play right now. Euro is kind of gaining. We'll come back to that in a second. Watching the euro stuff, actually. The euro is gaining strength, but it's hard to find something to trade it against. There's not much to trade it against. Euro yen's interesting. Maybe. That's a maybe. Yeah, it looks like. Come on, pound CAD. Come back, baby. Yeah. Watching pound CAD, pound kiwi short, pound dollar short. Pound dollar's moved a little too far away, I think. Yep, looking good. Come on, baby. So yeah, that's that. Pound dollar probably going to continue lower. And we'll watch the dollar strength. I wouldn't expect a big move on the dollar today, but we'll watch it. Pound Swiss, probably not a good idea. The pound and the Swiss they're moving too close together. Probably not a good idea. I would rather be short, but just again, price action wise, there's just very little happening here. You almost can't even see the candle. It's so small. There's not much. There's no volume in the market right now. Come on, pound kiwi, please cut through there. Please cut through that low. Gosh. Kiwi trade starting to make a move here. Come on, baby. Hold on a second. 19 pips. Let's go. Looks like the pound's staying weak here. That's the play right now, is a weak pound against anything that's strong. I don't know. Pound Swiss. Yeah, probably not a good idea to mess with it. I would think it's probably going to go down. but it may not. It may not be the best choice to trade for the pound right now. You know, if you're going to trade, if you're going to short the pound or trade the pound, pound Swiss is probably not the best one to do because they're so close together. You know, for the people in the group, you know, this is what I mean here. Swiss franc and the pound, these two, this brown data point and green data point, they're so close together, it's probably just not a good idea. And you can see they've been kind of running together to the upside. They kind of split a little bit as the pound's coming down, but it may not be the best one to trade. If you're going to try to short the pound against something, you want to short it against something that's much stronger. Something up here would give you the best chance of a, you know, sustained move. That is probably not a good idea. It's probably not a good choice. There are other things that may be a better choice other than pound Swiss. NASDAQ. Hold on a second. The NASDAQ. Let me get over here. Dollar Swiss. We'll take a look at that. That's something that's not on the list. We'll take a look at that. Yeah, we'll take a look at that. 1 second. Short answer is probably, it's probably not a great, I can, without even looking at the chart, I can look at the data and tell you dollar Swiss is probably moved up, but it's probably choppy. The dollar and the Swiss are kind of making the same directional move at the same time, and that can be chop in the chart. That manifests as sideways chop. Hold on. Man, I'm gonna need to go get a drink. My voice is completely wrecked. Talked a lot yesterday. Talked for like 8 hours. Almost 8 hours. It's crazy. I went back and looked at the video. I was like, holy cow, man. It was like 7.5 hours straight. NASDAQ. I mean, the thing's on an all-time high. Let's take a look at dollar Swiss real quick. Hold on a second. Curious. Yeah, dollar Swiss is probably not. Yeah, there's probably better things to. Yeah, say it must have popped up. It had a good run this week, but yeah, right now, short term, it's probably nothing. I probably wouldn't do anything on that, just because of where it is. It's very high, and it's just kind of broken a swing high. I wouldn't be long. I wouldn't try to take a big position long on it. It would be one of those things where it depends on your strategy, and if you're trying to trade like a lower time frame, yeah, this thing's gone up so much. It's probably due for a pullback, to be honest. You know, after breaking the high, just a quick version. You know, you break a high, you broke a high, broke a high, broke a high. It's probably time for that thing to pull back a little bit, and it has been screaming to the upside. It's the dollar. You know, the Swiss franc has been very weak all week. It's been the weakest currency basically, and the dollar's been strong. So this is one that's actually run up, but right now it's probably not a good idea to mess with it. What the range this thing move? It just doesn't move a lot of pips. Like this whole move right here was only 18 pips, 20 pips. That's it's just not very volatile, but there's nothing wrong with that. It's just not gonna. You're gonna have to take a larger lot size for it to kind of to yield an equal yield, basically, in dollars. So yeah, I don't know. Right now, it's in a range. Interesting, but it's in a range. Let's get back to what we're doing here. Yeah, probably nothing on that. You know, we'll try to get through everything here. What were we talking about? Your Aussie. Where were we? The NASDAQ, pound yen's trash. All right, yeah, NASDAQ. And this matters. U.S. equities matter because U.S. equities are a big driver of currency. It's a big factor in currency movement. So you need to understand what's going on with the U.S. equities market. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's what we were saying. The Swiss franc, I think it's having an extraordinary week right now because the Swiss franc has been very weak, and the dollar has been strong, but that's changed and it's kind of going into chop right now, short term. Right now, it's not a good idea. It's probably not the best thing. Yeah, the Swiss franc has been very weak though. That is for sure. So anything against the Swiss franc has moved up, not just the dollar, everything basically. That's one way to look at it, because the root cause was the weakness in the Swiss franc. And then for the people on the other side, you can clearly see on the strength tool here, you can clearly see that how weak the Swiss franc has been all week, going out to like 1 hour data points. You can see how weak that's been. So basically the world versus the Swiss franc has been going up. Everything, literally every single pair, everything against the Swiss franc is going up, including the dollar, basically. Actually, CAD Swiss was probably the one. Aussie Swiss or CAD Swiss this week CAD Swiss was probably the one that made the best move. But basically everything's been going up against it because it's by far the weakest. But that's changing right now is kind of what I'm saying. It's actually coming back up now. So as it's coming up and the dollar's coming up at the same time, it's probably not a good combination today to trade. It's very likely going to be choppy today and distribute on that high because it's come up already. But right now it's probably just not a good idea. It's not bad. I mean, it's just there may be something better to risk your capital on. That's kind of what I mean. We're always looking for the most efficient use of time and capital. I say that a lot. The most efficient use of time and capital is what we're looking for. Trying to maximize our gain and minimize our risk and exposure. Period. The Dow all-time high. Nothing to say. Good game. It's at an ATH pre-market. Stimulus money, man. I don't know. It's the stimmies. You're lost, stimmy. Stimmy. S&P, I don't mess with the Dow much, but for a reason. There's a very specific reason, is because it's too subject to volatility, based on the fact that there are only 30 components in the Dow versus a much smoother average of 500 in the S&P. You have 500 data points versus 30 data points. So I always make the joke of Boeing. If Boeing's having a bad day, the Dow gets jerked around, and it doesn't always follow. Rarely, actually, it doesn't always follow the price action of, the other analogs for the market, like the S&P 500 or the Russell, or the NASDAQ can do its own thing too sometimes because it's mostly large cap tech stuff. But the Dow is subject to being moved around by like one individual name, like Boeing or Cisco or something. One stock can have a good or a bad day, and it can completely drag it down or pump it up when everything else is going. It tends to be, I don't know. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with trading the Dow. If you trade the Dow, the better thing that you could do would be to understand what the individual components are doing, because there's only 30 of them. There's only 30 components in the Dow. So keeping track of what those components are doing is probably the thing that's going to help you the most, and knowing what the big boys are doing, like Boeing and really Boeing and those types of things. But that's kind of, I make that comparison a lot in the joke that if Boeing has a bad day, it's going to drag the Dow down when the S&P's fine, because it's an average of 500 companies instead of 30. It's a much smoother average, so it can be a much smoother thing to trade than the Dow could ever be. So that's the thing. But right now, it's on a high right now. The S&P, and we always look at it. The S&P, again, everything's on a high right now. It's just nothing to do, man. I mean, every day's an all-time high. I hate it. Like, I hate this kind of price action because there's nothing to trade. There's no tradable price action. It's just grindy and every day is just a grindy little high, and you don't know when that's going to happen. And there's people are just buying the top and buying the top and buying the top and buying the top. Everybody just keeps buying the top. Chickens haven't come home to roost yet. Good game. Just make sure to take profit. That's the only thing I have to say, is just to make sure to take profit. If you're buying the top, just realize that you're buying the top and make sure to take profits. There's nothing wrong with doing that as long as you're taking profits. That is the caveat. That is the condition. Take profits. Not financial advice, just life advice. Sometimes you got to take profit in life. And if you don't take profit, you're going to waste time. You waste time and capital. Dollar CAD. Again, the dollar is kind of weird today. The dollar's holding strong. I just don't know if it's going to make a big move. It's just holding strong on the high. But the CAD is also the strongest currency, so that's not a good idea. So you're in a situation where you have a strong CAD and a strong dollar. This is probably just going to be choppy, to be honest. As far as the structure is concerned, it is higher lows. I don't know. It may not be an entry. Oh, sorry, stomach. It may not be a good entry right now. Man, it's like I drink battery acid every day. Yeah. Crazy, because I look at this short term and I'd rather be long, but short term, just to go break that current high. I don't know, we'll see. It looks like the dollar's going to hold. If the CAD's going to come down a little bit, and I would watch oil, which is ranging. Man, just can't catch a break here on this stuff. It's not moving, man. 5 minutes, we got a new hourly candle. There's just not much moving. There's no volume. Like, there's no oomph in the market. There's no push. There's no trending move or volume. It's like there's nobody trading, honestly. There's no volume. Stuff's just not moving. It's just going sideways and chopping back and forth because there's not enough volume to push it one way or the other. Oil. Right now, it's interesting. I mean, because it started making lower highs, obviously. And we've just screamed up for a few days. Oh, God. Riggedy wrecked. It's a range right now. It's pretty well defined range. I wouldn't do anything on it right now. Like, as far as a long-term position, I wouldn't probably take a long-term position. I could see it probably going higher and retesting the top of that range, if not maybe popping out of it. But short-term, man, it's hard to say. There's nothing right now. If I had to choose, I would choose long, but only for short-term. Only short-term. I don't know how much farther that's going to go, but yeah, it's one of those things. It's probably, again, it's just there's no trade. It's not the best thing to trade. You can look at it on lower time frames, like 15-minute, hour chart. Nothing. It's not doing anything. Going back and forth. You zoom in and this looks like it's making this big move. In reality, it's not. It's a little tiny. It's a tiny move. It's this. It's not doing anything because we can see what our daily range is, and it's a very small movement. It just hasn't done anything yet. It's still inside its opening range of the day. So nothing to say on oil really. As far as right now, on the macro, I'd probably rather be long if I had to choose. If I had to choose, I would be long and just make sure to have a stop in. See if it can maybe go up and make a lower high somewhere. Maybe. Get one of these highs up here. So maybe. Gold is garbage. It's got to shake this off. Gold failed miserably the other day. It was holding this range for like a month. There's nothing. You can't even hardly see the candles. There's no volatility in this. Nobody wants to make a decision on this right now. Hold on. Yeah, I felt like I was going to sneeze for a second. There's no volatility in this right now. On the 4 hour, take a look at it. Yeah. Oh my god. Need a drink. Need to eat something is what I need. Meal time. My 6 a.m. meal. 6:10, 2 and 6. Very choppy price. This is crazy. Short term, it's extremely messy on gold. It's just, there's nothing right now. This is one of those things you probably should trade it later anyway. Now's not really the best time to be trading gold. Let's see. No, everybody's interested in what's up with gold, but it's just not a good thing to trade right now. There's so many other things that would be a better risk of your capital than gold right now. It's just the truth. People get married to one thing. Yeah. People get married to GJ and gold. That seems to be the general consensus in Forex that I've noticed. And I don't know, it's just because, you know, popular YouTubers are married to GJ and gold. I think that's probably why. Which makes zero sense. But yeah, right now it's just not doing anything right now. You can, I mean, just look at the price. You can see the price action right now is probably just not a good time to do anything. Maybe later, closer toward like CPI or time or something. Maybe. And another thing that's going to affect this is the dollar is also distributing on a major high up here, and it's probably just going to go sideways and choppy too. It's very likely that the dollar is going to be choppy as well, and having like a lower volatility daily candle, like a smaller bodied candle on the daily, which is kind of compressing everything down on lower time frames. If you're locked and you're gated inside of a tight range on a daily candle, your intraday time frames are going to be choppy back and forth, like compressed down in on each other. Do you want to participate in that? You know, that's kind of the thing, and that's exactly what's going on gold. I mean, it's just, who wants to trade that? Like, just skip it. Just go to something else. Don't risk your capital on something crappy like that. It's not in a good place. It needs to move. Once it starts moving, maybe. It's just, this thing is just, it's actually getting progressively worse. It's reduced volatility. It's coming down into a point. It's getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse, coming down into a point. And until that starts to move one way or the other, it's probably going to retest the low at some point. Until it starts to move. Oh my god, my knees. Treadmill's wrecking my knees, man. Got to do it though. Got to get sexy for the ladies. Gold, yeah. It just very little volatility right now. You can see what's going on. I mean, this is your price action on gold. This is it. Good luck. You know, that is your price action. Until this changes and starts to get some kind of volume one way or the other, it's best to just stay out of it. Wait for it to move. Let it do something and then figure it out. There's no reason to try to guess, because you're trying to guess from a tight range and you're just going to get chopped up both ways. Just leave it alone. Unless you're trading like a 1 minute chart and you're trying to take, you know, 50 cents out of gold. You know, if you're trading very short distances, that's fine. You know, do your thing. It's risky, it's dangerous, but there's nothing really to say about it. There's just nothing really to say. It made a lower high in structure. It sucks because it's probably not good. It's probably going to go lower at some point. This is probably going to be in some kind of a range like this, and it's probably going to end up bending down and retesting that low. It just tends to be how that works. When you get these spikes like this, rarely the low. Like, it generally will go back and test or maybe even break the low. Like, it's probably not like some bottom or anything. That's not what a bottom looks like. Somebody closed their short is what that is. Somebody closed their short and it spiked it back up, and now there's low volume in buying. Somebody close their short and a mega short. And that's it. Now it's just not really doing much. It's not much to say. So, what is the general consensus of the market today? What is actually happening? Things to take note of. The Australian dollar is weak. The pound was weaker, but it's kind of flattened out. Everything is pretty flat right now. There's no trending move anywhere really. The Canadian dollar is possibly getting weaker. We're going to watch that unfold a little bit. Just rough out there, man. Hard out here for a pimp. You're trying to get this money for the rent. Cadillacs and gas money spent. Whole bunch of bees talking stuff. Hustle and flow our way through the market today. So what's the general consensus? Good game, Buckhorn. Hopefully this is going to continue higher. That would be cool. It's just not a good idea to buy the top of the range. If you're long and strong, probably waiting for 50K to scale out your profits, please. One thing everybody always forgets to do is take profit. Everybody buys the high and then forgets to take profit. It's a vicious cycle. Break out of that cycle. Dollar. It's on a high again. This thing is just screaming up. It's gone into very low volatility. Just look at the size of the bodies of these candles. They're very low volatility candles here, and we're just on a high again. It's just like, ooh, come on, pound kiwi, let's go, baby. Hold on, pound kiwi's trying to cut down. Hold on a second, let me look at this real quick. Come on, man. Come on, pound kiwi. So yeah, it's likely to be a low volatility day on the dollar. That really cuts down a lot of the possibilities, because a lot of the combinations that you're going to be trading a lot of them are going to be dollar based. A large percentage, most of your trades are either going to be pound, euro, or dollar based in some form. And when you cut out 30% of that, because the dollar is going to be trash and sideways, that cuts out 30+% of your potential trades. You can think about it that way. It's kind of sucks. Euro, yen, again, the yen, nothing really. I don't know. There's nothing really much to say here. What I guess the general market outlook right now, it looks like the euro is holding stronger than the pound. So if you're trying to go long on something, the euro might not necessarily be a bad idea. Like it might be a better idea to be long euro, depending on what happens with the pound. But again, we're just going to watch and see, let this develop. There's not really a lot going on right now. The pound is weaker. The euro is kind of gaining, but there's not much to trade it against. I think the pound short, I think pound kiwi short is probably the best trade on the books right now. Just the way it looks. Basically, I think pound kiwi is probably going to be the best move. As long as the pound stays weak. Possible that pound CAD is going to be along those same lines. I think pound kiwi is the one right now. See if it stays that way. I'm going to watch this stuff. There's not much that's moving, and this is something that's actually moving. The New Zealand dollar is strong and the pound is weak, basically. And there's not much that's strong. Everything is either flat or coming down. But the New Zealand dollar, I think it's the only thing right now that's actually gaining strength, other than the Swiss franc. Pound Swiss actually short. Pound Swiss might be a short, and it's been really high, and that's something you might want to watch because it's come up a lot. And pound Swiss may be one. Come on, baby, hold on. Push it, baby. Let's go. So pound Swiss is something to watch. I think pound Kiwi and pound Swiss short. Probably not a bad idea. So we're going to watch those. We'll see if we can get some re-entries here. Watching this right now. I want to see this close weak out here. And if this candle closes weak down here like this on pound Kiwi, any green going to be fading any green candles back to the downside. It's a short. It's crazy because it's already low, but this is actually showing weakness to the downside when there's not much else happening, like technically happening in the market. We're looking at technical data here, and on the other side, it's not all about candles. And yeah, basically looking at index data, and it looks like pound Kiwi is probably going to be a good short. Pound CAD's probably going to be one of those, depending on what happens with the dollar, pound dollar maybe. It just looks like the pound's going to continue weak, and that's basically the main thing that's happening right now. So we'll watch it. Just let it develop. We're kind of going into pullback time here. Breakfast time for me. You're rapping. Yeah. Hustle and flow. It's a good song, actually. It's hard out here for a pimp. You're trying to get this money for the rent. All the Cadillacs and gas money spent. Man. Yep. DJ's trash, man. It's garbage. It's back on a low. This is going to hurt people today, probably. Unless something crazy happens on the pound. And if pound moves a lot, it's just skip. Just close GJ today. Just skip it. There's too many other things going on. Pound Aussie's looking good there. Pound Kiwi's looking super nice. Killing it. Pound Kiwi short is up 25 pips now, 26 pips almost on a pound Kiwi short in a group. By the way, it's time to move stops to BE on that. There's no reason to take a loss on that trade. Let me move my stop to break even. Let me check, actually, see what's going on. Bot killed it. Good game. Bot just took a win on pound Kiwi. Interesting. Why though? Oh no, it's still weird. Okay, so it closed one and opened another. Interesting. Oh my god. Okay, so the bot closed a trade on pound Kiwi and opened another one. It's interesting. It did. It ran a full range. It shorted the top of the range. Wow. It did. I see what happened now. Yep. Bot shorted the top of the range right here, and it ran one standard deviation, and it closed it. It just closed it and reopened another one at the bottom of the range. So the bot just went short again on pound Kiwi. Interesting. It closed a profitable trade from the top. It sold the top of the range, closed it at the bottom, and then reopened again, which is interesting. It's interesting to watch it make the decision. That's one of the things I want to see how it's making those decisions, so I can tune that. But yeah, it's just interesting. I want to watch that with the strength data and kind of get an idea on what I can modify. Anyway, interesting. The bot just took a win on that. But yeah, I'm short pound Kiwi. It's looking good. Wish I would have taken a bigger position, but can't always worry about that kind of stuff. Something's better than nothing. You compound it over time. Consistent small wins is the way you survive and grow your game. If you don't lose it all, you'll stay in the game. Important concept. If you ain't first, you're last. Write that down. Yeah, let's watch that. I'm curious to see what's going to happen here, if it's going to hold the bottom of the range or what. Hopefully this will push out, man. There's such a good dump that could happen if it would just push lower. There's just a lot of buying here. It's iffy. I don't trust the pound. The pound is just violent. Like, it can change directions so fast. You could be way in profit and buy 30 pips, and then it can just slam up on you and take you back out. So stops to break even on that. Yeah. And all right. Yeah, so it's a maybe. I don't know. See, I don't trust it. See if it gets stopped out or not. Yeah, it's crazy because if it doesn't dump, it is not going to go anywhere for the rest of the day. It's crazy because if this doesn't start trending, it's just going to come up here and reject and do this, and it's going to look like that for the rest of the day, sideways. Sucks, man. Just, stuff's not moving, guys. It's not me. It's not strategy. It can be proven with data that it is the market that is not moving. It is not moving. It's just not moving. Doesn't matter what you do. It's not moving, and you can see it. It can be proven. Everything's flattening out. This tends to be the time when things flatten out anyway. Say CAD's coming down, but the problem is there's nothing strong. There's nothing. CAD Swiss short, maybe, like that's a stretch. Watch it. Curious what's happening here. I want to see that this is fighting a level right here, and I want to see if it's going to hold this or not. Oh my god, my knees. Anyway, we're going to figure it out today. We'll make some money today, hopefully. So we got to let it develop. There's nothing to do but get in and out on some scalp or something. Looks like the dollar's trying to hold. There's just no volume push. There's no push anywhere. There's nothing that's trending. You can look through every single chart. There's nothing that's trending. Everything is just in these small ranges. It's not an opinion. It is a technical fact. It is a technical fact that there is low volatility in the market right now. Euro CAD. The CAD is actually coming down a little bit short term, but it's scary because it's the strongest. I don't like that. So I don't know. We'll watch the CAD. Euro CAD maybe. Just watch it for a minute. Anyway, give me just a second. Let me go make something to eat, and we'll stick with it. Just wait for something to happen. Looks like the CAD might be starting to move a little bit. Okay. Big surprise there. Look at oil. There's your sign. There's your answer right there on the CAD. There's your answer. Too late now. There's your answer. Huge dump on oil. And it's put, I was going to say the CAD's coming down. Why is the CAD sharply moving down? And again, just to see the correlation. How sharp this move down was on the CAD all of a sudden. Everything else is flat. And then the CAD made this big sharp move down. And you go look at oil and look at it. Don't even need to look. You already know what's happening. Oil controls the Canadian dollar, period. Like a remote controller. So too late though, it's already dropped too far. Interesting though. We'll watch that for a second. See what that's gonna do. I'm curious. Stopped on that previous level. I want to see what's gonna happen there. I don't know, we'll skip that. The thing is, you don't want to chase like the CAD now, because if this holds and starts to bounce here and goes into a range, then you could be getting into something that's already moved, basically. You'd be chasing something after it's already happened. It just may be choppy. Figure out what to watch here. Same oil though. Dollars holding, buckcorn, nothing. Euro CAD. The CAD lost strength, basically. Pound Aussie. See, just watch this here, guys. I'm gonna figure it out. Hold on, give me just a minute. Let me go make something to eat real quick, and then we'll get back to it. We got nothing yet. We're in the dead spot. We got a new hourly candle. Maybe we'll flip through that in just a second. We go grab my food and we'll come back and flip through it. Hold on 1 second. Give me just a minute. Trying to make my food real quick. Eat something. Come on, pound kiwi. Trying. I'm still here. I'm trying to eat something. Getting ready for CPI. I mean, maybe. CPI is generally not something that moves the market very much, but maybe right now. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe people are looking for an excuse. Sometimes the stock market will move, but be too early. I mean, it's just, yeah, it's a gauge of inflation. I know inflation is obviously a big topic right now because you can everybody's starting to see it. Everybody's starting to feel the burn. But yeah, I mean, maybe it'll just be an excuse for volume. I don't know. There's just not much going on. I don't expect a lot out of CPI generally. And given where the dollar is, I don't know. It's not likely to make a huge move up from here. See, it's at top of a range, man. The dollar's sketchy. I wish this thing would come down because that would set up some trades. If this would start to make the move down, start making lower highs, and just pull back a little bit. It's probably going to be tomorrow, honestly. I bet tomorrow is going to be a down day on the dollar. I think we're going to struggle up here on this daily candle, and tomorrow. So that would make the most sense. Yeah, so anyway, watching that. It's just not likely to go very far. It's just likely to be in a range up here, distribute on this high. It probably will look a lot like this price action today. It'll probably look very similar to that. It's just struggling up here. It's riding a struggle bus. Yeah, so we'll see if something change. Eventually something will change direction. Very likely. Come on, pound kiwi. Dump it. Dump it. Dump it. Yeah. Anywho. Watching that. Come on down. All right. Dollar still may be a short if the dollar stays up. Swiss franc's gaining. Pound Swiss, man. Pound Swiss is creeping out of nowhere. That might be one that drops. It's not a great entry right now after coming down, but at least there's a little bit of a consolidation there. So maybe. Or pound kiwi, whatever you are. Watching this one. About the only thing that's making a trending move right now. Again, just taking the things that make the most sense. Pretty much. Watch it for a minute. Let me eat real quick. Still here, just let me eat. And we'll go over it, just waiting. We're in pullback time right now. We'll find something to talk about here. Find something to look at. Maybe we'll look in the news or something. We're basically waiting for something to develop or for some volume to come into market. And maybe CPI. I don't put a lot of faith in heavy volume from CPI. Not generally that kind of thing, but maybe. Give me 1 second. 1 minute. Let me eat real quick. Looking good. There's 25 pips on pound Kiwi. Say if this will make it down to that previous center level right there on the tool from whatever day that was, the 5th. That'll be like 34 pips. That'll be like a 34 pip mark. If it'll pull down there, that'd be a good place to take profit or close. Honestly, it's 34 pips. Go up with a win on the day. It's a good trade. Wait, hopefully this will go a little lower. There's a good possibility that it continues much lower, but we know that there's likely going to be a reaction right there. So that would be a good place to take profit, just to mention it. Looks good. Looks good. Got a trade on. Good. Let's wait and see what else we can do. See if we can find something else. Maybe a re-entry or something else that's starting to develop. I'm waiting for something to maybe change directions or something. Right now, the pound is weak. That's kind of the thing that's happening right now, is the pound is very weak. Need something that's strong. There's not much that's strong but the New Zealand dollar. That's it. Everything's flat. Flat or weak, but the New Zealand dollar. So we picked the right thing. It's just wait and let it develop. See if it'll actually go. So maybe. We can do the best we can in a low volume environment. That's what it is. It's okay. It's fine. It's just how it's how it is. We need to accept the environment that we're in and adapt to it, basically. Just do the best you can, keep the risk low, and try to do something. Try to make something. Try to make something until something makes sense, basically. Bunch of maybe right now. May come up and reject. May come back into range. About to find out. Just stops to break even. There's nothing to do but let it fall. See if it'll fall. Dollar still holding the high. It's barely moved. Nothing, guys. Absolutely nothing. No reason to go long pound right now until it starts to show something else. NASDAQ, the S&P may be coming back up. Trying. Definitely trying. Whack on oil. That messed the cat up. Gold's trying. Not much there on gold, but it's trying, man. It's trying to hold it. It's just sketchy. I don't know. I'd rather be long on gold. Looking at what it's doing, I'd rather be long, obviously, but probably no trade. It's not something you want to go risking a bunch of capital on. The dollar coming down. I wish this dollar would come down, man. It would set up so many more things if the dollar would just come off that high and start falling a little bit. Euro dollar would open up. Aussie dollar would probably open up. There's all kind of stuff that would happen, man, if that dollar would just come down a little bit. Here, see if this is going to get stopped out or not. Nothing wrong with taking profit either. Just want more than that. Give me just a second. Let me finish eating and we'll continue on. We're just in a dead spot, waiting. 6:30. Still got a little bit of time left. Hold on a minute.
I'm the Bitcoin trader, navigator of the Bitcoin sea. I'm a real motivator when it comes to making money for me. And I might go short or long, but I like to tell everybody that I've never been wrong. I'm the Bitcoin trader. Come on and hear me sing my song. Well, I made about $250,000 on the old Mount Gox. And I jumped that ship about a year before it hit the rocks. I put a little into LTC, then I doubled and I bought a place in Waikiki. I'm the Bitcoin trader, come on and take a look at me. Hey, hey. Well, I don't use bots, but I know a lot of other people do. I got a built-in barometer back up to Commodore 2. And I know just when to sell. When we're off to the moon like a bat out of hell. I'm the Bitcoin trader, ka-ching, hear me ring my bell. Full speed ahead, Captain. Ride them Bitcoin waves, boys, ride them high and low. I said I ride them Bitcoin waves, heave ho, heave ho. I don't give a damn about no whales. Those Moby Dicks are gonna burn in hell. So ride them Bitcoin waves away, heave ho. Here we go, I said ride them Bitcoin waves, boys, ride them high and low. I said I ride them Bitcoin waves, heave ho, heave ho. I ain't scared of no shark attack, yo ho. I just pray to God Almighty that I don't get hacked. Pray to God Almighty that I don't get hacked. Pray to God Almighty that I don't get hacked today. Pray to mighty God Almighty that I don't get hacked today. Well, pigs in the pen, gunnies in the sack, cards in the crib, and the haze all stacked. Get a little Bitcoin, never look back. Pray to God Almighty that I don't get hacked. Pray to mighty God Almighty that I don't get hacked.
Love that one. It's a good one.
Ho, ho, ho. Thank you, Copenhagen. Now climb aboard, y'all. This train is bound for glory. And there's plenty of room for all. Well, Satoshi Nakamoto, that's a name I love to say. And we don't know much about him, but he came to save the day. When he wrote about the way things are and the way things ought to be, he gave us all a protocol this world had never seen. Oh, Bitcoin, as you're going into the old blockchain. Oh, Bitcoin, I know you're going to rain, till everybody knows, till everybody knows your name. Down the road it will be told about the death of old Mount Gox, about traders trading altar coins and miners mining blocks. But them good old boys back in Illinois and on down through Tennessee, see, they don't care to be a millionaire, they're just wanting to be free. Oh, Bitcoin, as you're going into the old blockchain. Oh, Bitcoin, I know you're going to rain, till everybody knows, till everybody knows your name. Halls of Parliament, while the bankers count our money out for every government. Oh, Bitcoin flies on through the skies of virtuality, a promise to deliver us from age-old tyranny. Oh, Bitcoin, as you're going into the old blockchain. Oh, Bitcoin, I know you're going to rain, till everybody knows, till everybody knows your name. Till everybody knows, till everybody knows your. Give me some exposure. Everybody knows your name. Sing it. Oh Lord, pass me some more. Oh Lord, before I have to go. Oh Lord, pass me some more. Oh Lord, before I have to go. East Nashville.
It's not just Bitcoin. Litecoin doubled in one day a couple of weeks ago. I think it's up 7,000% this year. I'm going to call it a craze, and I don't mean that in a negative way. How do you think this all ends?
Tell Khaled I got crypto keys. Investing money just to get more cheese. You paying taxes, I don't get no fee. Them coins stacking, I got chips on me. I got coin like Mario. Pump it, turn up the audio. This that digi-dollar flow. This the shit you just gotta know. You carry them knots, nigga. Ain't what I prefer to do. Hot spitter, that ain't the currency I'm referring to. I'm talking Bitcoin, getting fast. Top, yo, De Niro. Trap niggas, turn your stash spots to Monero. If you watch your hustling, homie, your new way to plot games. Take that fucking block change, put it on the blockchain. Fuck the Fed, we just laughing at them cause they can't touch it. All this ripple, put a ripple in my central bank budget.
Alrighty then. Okay. Real quick, and get back to it. Yeah, so pound Kiwi. Success. Come on, baby. It's almost at 30 pips. It's just shy of 30 pips. Probably not a bad idea to start looking at potentially looking to close some profit on that. It's very likely going to hit that previous center. It's one of those things that it's very likely going to hit that level. So I'm just going to wait. I'm going to try to be patient. I think it's on the way. Yeah, listen to all the funny Bitcoin songs. See real quick. There's some funny ones out there, honestly. The BitConnect ones are hilarious. Oh man, poor BitConnect. I actually remember BitConnect. BitConnect. Hey, hey.
Hey, hey.
Perfect. Come on, pound Kiwi. I'm trying to see what else we can do here. It's basically the pound weakness. Pound weakness is the thing. We got 30 pip runner on here on pound Kiwi waiting. You better get out of those blinds, Mr. Dude. I hear you over there, buddy. Dog's in the blinds. I think that neighbor's dog might be out there. Yoke him up real quick. Yeah, I mean, it's running. It's 30 pips. Ready to close, honestly. Better than no pips. That's for sheezy. The crazy thing is it's probably going to go lower. It's like macro wise. This looks like this is stepping out of stepping down to another level is what it looks like. Looks like we in the market cycle itself. Looks like we had a range here and it's stepping down to another level. It's going to start ranging somewhere else. That's what it looks like. Stepping down lower. But when we get to that previous equilibrium from the 5th, that'd be a solid place to probably just take the profit. If you wanted to let this go, you could absolutely do that. And it might go. It very well might continue. There's plenty of room. There's plenty of room on this to go down. Projected low of the day is going to be 1.96441. 964 way down here. 9644 down here. That's your projected low of the day on pound Kiwi. So that's the thing. Do you want to secure the bag, or do you want to take the risk on maybe it goes? Maybe it runs some of it. If it goes back and breaks those these lows back here, if it were to do that today, like this is well within range for that to happen today. Statistically, your low of the day is down here, way down here. Now think about that. That's a long ways away from here. That's 70 pips from here, from where it is right now. So the thing is, you want to try to get the best entry that you can. I'm actually probably just going to close this right here and just take the money and run, man. Know when to hold them, know when to fold them. It's 34 pips. 34 pips. We get ready to close this right now. I'm ready to knock this thing out. I'm going to wait and see if it'll flash down there. Hold on one second. It's a good trade. Had a great trade. Again, wish I would have taken probably a little bit more position on it, but something. It's better than nothing. 34 pips on a smaller position is just as good as 3 pips on a larger position. Think about it. With 10 times less risk, mathematically. 10 times less risk. Think about that. You took 1/10 of a lot for 34 pips. The same mathematically as taking one lot for 3.4 pips. So if you moved one lot for 3 pips, it's the same as moving 1/10 of a lot for 30 pips. But one of those trades was 10 times. Hold on. Gotta yell at my dog. He's gonna get on my nerves here. Come here, buddy. Before you get in trouble. He's about to get in trouble. You better get up here. Yeah, he knows he's in trouble. Get in trouble, buddy. Trouble, big man. You think you're a tough guy and you want to bark at the neighbor? Hold on a second. Sit here. There, eat that rice. You can eat that. Go ahead, buddy. Eat that right there. Eat it. All right. Yeah, anyway. But yeah. So that's the thing. You know, yes, you can move smaller amounts of money for a larger distance and get the same yield, but you're taking multiples less risk. That's the thing that people really trying to get people to understand that. Being smarter and smarter about your exits. And you take less risk. And that's the name of the game, right? Is taking less risk. Here, eat. Yummy rice. You can eat it. Trying to get ready to close this trade. Anyway. Trouble, bud. Man. Let him. I get your attention sometimes, buddy. I feel bad for yelling at him, but come on. One more little push here. 7091. Looking to see if we can get a re-entry here. That's about it. Waiting to see if this will hit down here so I can close that trade. Here. He said, I want meat. That's not meat. Meat. Come on, push down. Down, are you gonna be good, buddy? Hold on a second. Let's see what's up. Out of here, dude. All right. Come on, one more push. See what else we can do here. There's really nothing. It's crazy. Like, there's nothing happening. We caught like the one trade that's it's crazy. There's nothing happening, seriously. I think euro dollar is interesting. If the dollar is going to come down, I think euro dollar is in a good place to probably try to position. Oh man, comes. Euro CAD is kind of interesting. It's just not a man. I just don't like that price action. That kind of thing looks the kind of thing where you try to get in it long and then it goes and dumps and breaks the low. Scoop up like that. What else? Come on, just give me a little bit more. A little bit more, please. Say the pound is trying to stabilize here. We'll see if it's going to stay up. Not bullish. The pound is weak. It's super weak. Just not much happening. The Kiwi is strong. The New Zealand dollar is strong. The pound is weak. Everything's kind of flat or gaining, and that just it cuts things. It cuts your opportunity out. Doesn't give you a lot of opportunity, which is fine. It's just been slow. Sometimes it's just slow, and it's just been like that a lot lately, and there's nothing we can do about it. It's not strategy. It's not anything really. You know, what's your other option? If the market's just not moving, these candles are little tiny candles. What's your other option? Is to take an extremely large lot size for a very short distance. So you're taking an extreme risk in a market environment that you know is already dangerous. Now, does that sound like a good thing to do risk management wise? That is my argument. That's my argument. And that's the argument for not trading and just not taking positions. It just gets old. Like, it gets old every day. Like, to say, well, I'm just not going to take a position. You know, you're being cautious every day. And it's hard to catch those moves. But in reality, it's probably the smart thing to do. It sucks, but it's the smart thing to do. Sometimes just not trading. Sometimes not having a position is a position. Bullish on your account balance. Let's make that joke all the time. Not having an open position means you're bullish on your account balance. You are long your account balance, basically. Your native currency. By not being in a position, you're long your home currency. Period. That is no position is a position. Gold's actually trying to make a move here out of the top. Finally. Wasn't doing anything, and now it's starting to move. I think it's because the dollar might be coming down. Yep. The dollar's starting to roll down a little bit. That happens. Is anything strong other than the Kiwi? Like, man. Kiwi dollar. Anything changing here? I think euro dollar is going to be interesting because of the price action. This thing is really flattened out. Yeah, it had this big drop. Then the angle started to flatten out a little bit. Now it's starting to flatten out a little bit more. Now it's flattening out a little bit more into a range. And eventually that's going to transition into an uptrend. You can see it starting to stabilize. That's the name of the game. You can see this start. It's seller exhaustion. There's nobody willing to sell anymore. So eventually that balance is going to shift, and you're going to be net long positioning wise. You're going to be net long contracts in the market, and it'll start going back up because there's more people willing to buy than sell. And you can see that starting to flatten out already. So being long from the low of the range on euro dollar is probably a good position. That's what I was just saying. I've already got a position on it literally from yesterday. It's still there. Crazy. Oh, here comes this dollar, man. Man, if this dollar comes down, please. Please come down. Bot's still in stuff. NZD CAD. Bought Kiwi CAD. What's that about? Trying to take some profit on this trade, but screwing around. I just set a target, and I was going to do it manually, but set a target on it. Maybe. Correct. Or if that thing goes back in that range, I didn't close it. Oh man, thing was up almost 30 pips. It's like 29 pips, I think. Yeah, so euro dollar is very interesting. Honestly, like, just as far as maybe just a temporary relief rally and just something, we're just trying to get anything right now. Just anything out of the market. Trying to buy the low of this range on euro dollar is probably not a bad idea. Given that the dollar is distributing on the high and it's probably due for some red candles at some point. That may be a thing. Maybe a thing. Hold on, let me go grab a drink real quick. Grab my drink and then we'll see if we can find some positions here. Trying to find some entries, just keeping the risk low. Don't want to just jump into a bunch of stuff just because, like, stuff is good. It's just not good. Like, price action is just not good. It's not there. And you don't have to trade. There's no law that says you're required to take a trade. It's not. You know, of course we all want to take a trade. There's nothing says that you have to. Sometimes it's best not to. End up in a dangerous environment, getting chopped up. By the time you get stopped out 3 or 4 times, it's like, man, I wish I just would have left it alone. Wish I would have done nothing. How many times I've said that? Wish I would have done nothing. Yeah. Today is one of those days. Hate it. I hate it, but it's true. Just, I don't know what's going on. Like, nothing's moving in London. I mean, it's 7 o'clock and there's zero movement in this market. None. Sorry. Thank you for playing, but no trades for you today. Like, nothing. Except oil. Oil made a move. Oil dumped, but that stopped. Had one big candle, and then it just quit and went into a consolidation. Stuff's hard to catch. It's hard to catch that stuff, you know, without getting stopped out or whipsawed out trying to chase something. CAD. Correct. Where if that's a low on pound Kiwi, I'm gonna be mad. Comes back into range, or if it's gonna reject and go break the low. Worth a shot. Worth a shot. Taking a profit. Yeah, let's just watch for a minute. So pound dollar could be interesting if the pound's gonna turn around. Something that's strong. Yeah, I don't know. Literally just trying to figure out what to even look at right now. Like what to pay attention to see if there's going to be a trade. It's hard to even figure out what to even look at right now. It's just, there's so much range chop going on that it's just a slow day, guys and gals. Shout out to the ladies. 4-hour euro dollar. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not amazing. That's for sure. It's just starting to flatten out. I'm just looking for any little retest of the high range high or something. Just drawing it, just grasping at anything right now. Anything. Just reaching. Reaching for something. Just maybe the dollar will come down, but I just expect it to, it's probably going to go sideways. Just looking at the daily candle and where it is in the cycle, it's probably just going to go sideways. Euro yen. This will reject here. Euro yen looks like a short. Period. Euro yen looks like a short. The price action wise, this is definitely a short. This right here is trash. It's stepping down. And probably liquidity below that range low. In here. Looks like a short back to the bottom of the range. Let's watch this for a minute. This is something that actually, if you wanted to take a risk on something, this is probably the one. Hold on, give me just a minute. Actually, give me a second. Let me go grab a drink real quick. Be right back, and we'll, time is it? All right, we got a new hourly candle. We'll go through the hourlies in a second. Let me grab a drink real quick. 1 second. Take a look at the 1 hours. We got 1 hour until 8 a.m. Hopefully volume will pick up. 8:30 CPI. Hold on, give me just a few minutes.
Hey, hey.
My name is Jeff.
Hey, hey.
Good morning, YouTube. We're on the other side looking at stuff right now. We're trying to find some trades. It's just everything's kind of already moved. We're trying to figure out what to do right now. If there's anything that's reasonable risk to get into. Just kind of hanging out for a minute, looking at some stuff. I don't know. Be back in just a few minutes.